Hello. I am a little behind to this morning. It's one of those nights again where, you wake up, go for a pee, go back to bed, can't get back to sleep, spend too long scrolling, and finally make it back to sleep. You sleep for a while, but you don't feel as rested as if you know. I know I shouldn't look at lighted screens. I know that that's an issue. I know that, oh, look, all the elk. It messes up your circadian rhythms and stuff to have weird light in the middle of the night when you're supposed to be sleeping. My husband used to always maintain, and he's pretty much right, I think. He was pretty much right that if you can't get back to sleep, you should just lie there in the darkness, bored out of your mind, and eventually you'll fall asleep. He didn't like the idea of getting up or having a light or anything like that. And I think he was right about it. Nevertheless, that's not really me. I feel useless lying there not doing anything. And even if it's something like playing a video game, little game on your iPad or something. And eventually I feel the pull. You feel that I'm tired, you should sleep. And you can sleep another couple of hours, like do a full REM cycle and still not feel quite as rested as if you slept through to a shorter time. But look at how beautiful. Look at the freaking, oh. I love cinematic. You see such pretty views. Althea's working on the next issue of the newspaper. She's only just got done with one. Now I have to publish it early or get done to put it on the pin board or something because I'm going to be away on Wednesday. Provided I'm okay. I'm not going to be able to play on Wednesday, so even like really early. I don't know if I'll be able to get it on because I have to get up really early that morning and get on the road for a thing. So, so Althea just went out to Crossroads Ranch to take a picture. There's going to be an interview of that in the, this is her hunting wagon that she bought for the hunting event, but I mean, she should have had one, I suppose. I have to do another interview or two. But I could do that next weekend, probably. It depends on who's around. It takes me a few tries sometimes to get an image that'll work with that filter that I use for the etching. It will sometimes just flat out refuse to do something, and then you make a minor change and it says, oh, okay, I'll do it now. I don't know why. But I'm fairly pleased with the image I got that works, so. Alright, Althea. Oh my goodness, Althea, you have to fill up your can too. I know why it is that some of these don't work well. This one doesn't work at all. But if you go to this one over here. Hello! Hello, hello, hello! Like an ad break. I'm sorry about that. Hello, hello, hello! How are you, lovelies? Wee woo!
What are you doing here?
There's actually a Dip.Wee Woo emote. Did you know? I'll find it. It's the best wee woo emote out there. Yeah, that one. It's the mouth actually goes wee woo wee. I love that one. It was too low in the menu. Okay. I really wish I could. There was a way to get the ledger. Unfortunately, there isn't without buying the whole Blackwater Reborn thing, which is like Headache Central. So we're not going to have it, but because you can't get it as a standalone. It's part of the whole MLO for the entire town. Unfortunately. Hello. I don't really have anything like in character for her to. Well, actually, she could. She doesn't know a bunch of stuff. She has to pretty much wait until she sees people put posters up before she knows who's to interview for her newspaper. I might switch to Onion. I mean, I should do some Alice, but I don't know. I just kind of over Alice, but I don't think we have any doctors right now. Like we used to be able to say, okay, there'd be like 3 doctors here on at this time of day. This room is really nice. Bernardo told. I mean, she was already staying in this room. It's sausages. This is a beautiful room. I do love it. You can't see into it, of course, but you can see out. It's really nice. It has one of the upright pianos, so it doesn't. She can play it without the keys turning around and flattening her hands. And this is her favorite chair to get drunk in. Althea is a closet drinker. She sits here many a time. Just sits here. Absolutely shit-faced. She's a very, she's very good at asking. A lot of people who have those issues. She only drinks when she's alone. She did drink at when we had the saloon opening across the street. She drank at that in front of people. Most of the time, she's just a quiet closet drinker. And smoker. I think I'm going to switch over to Onion. I don't have a ton for her to do right now. You made it and everything crashed. Oh, I'm so sorry. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. July 11th. How did that not change? I know I changed that. I know I changed that. I don't know why it's not changed. Yeah, I mean, I thought about asking for that to be Althea's room, and I thought, you know, it's probably people using that room. She doesn't need it to be, like, to own it. She does not need to own it. There's not that many places for people to stay in Blackwater, and you know, the room above the saloon. If there's a saloon keeper, it'll go with that. Onion's got a really great place to be right now. Onion's feeling very, very happy. She's not used to being happy, so. Althea copes. She uses that room. She has a campsite outside of Blackwater that she uses as well. Is it always night? I do not get tired of this view either. Although it's weird because our two characters, like two sets of characters, live across from each other. So she's looking over at Pecker Point right now. It's kind of strange, but it's just the way things ended up. As far as I know, like, I haven't seen any predators in this part of the map. There's definitely wolves over there and rattlesnakes. You can get the occasional rattlesnake. I don't even count those as predators because they're just opportunistic. But I haven't seen any bears. I haven't seen any wolves. And certainly not a cat. So it's actually a pretty good place to live. And no alligators, so. But Onion is feeling strangely comfortable, and she doesn't quite know what to do with it. She's got this business. She's got this house. She's waiting for the wheels to come off. And so far they haven't, so she's a little bit confused. There's always fox around here. Well, I shouldn't say always, but very often. The only problem is the horse spawn doesn't work. So the horses spawn up there. Bye, Nano. This is her new horse. This is her prize that she won for the horse show. This is Honey. Honey is an imported foxtrotter and is very, very nice, very pretty horse. Georgia had to work on the coat because they wanted something fairly light. It's hard to see in the dark. What's too far? Just to get more bullets. She likes to go to Blackwater for those because, well, the store in... She hasn't heard yet about the store in Valentine going to Ivy. Ivy is going to be the new gunsmith in Blackwater. I think I can go. Oh, maybe not. Right there. I'll go over here. Yeah, I know all kinds of things that Onion doesn't know, so I have to remember what I know and what Onion knows. Well, all my characters, really. Althea only really knows stuff that she sees on the pin board, and she does write to the police law sometimes and ask them for statements and things. But she doesn't see very many people, so she's basically doing the newspaper basically based on what she sees on the pin board and interviews that she does with businesses. No, that's it. That's her prize horse. She was saying to Georgia it's kind of strange that you know, you've got the best horse. You win a horse contest with the best horse, and they give you a different horse as the prize. It was a little bit strange. Yeah, I have some herbs to collect. Or something to collect. Oh, what did we plant? Sugar? Plant sugar. Dunn hasn't been feeling great, so Onion and Frank cut their day short yesterday. There's the sugar. So messy. Oh, wait, she should put her there to rest. She needs a rest, is what she needs. Okay, let's just get her back. We'll just have her have a rest while I pick these out. I think of Frank's first. Not that it matters, but Frank always plants over here, and Onion always plants over there, and I don't know why. The way we started doing things. We don't grow as much as we used to, as we're going to try to order from the ranches and stuff when people are around. I've talked to Nicholas a number of times about prices and stuff, and he told him that he's changed his pricing, so he can get an order together. We don't sell that much because, you know, we're still fairly low pop as a server. So And a lot of people, you know, their characters fend for themselves. They don't necessarily buy food from establishments like this, or they only do if they happen to be in a town. So it's not our goal to make a ton of money with this business anyway. It's basically we wanted there to be a reliable food business because there was only like one other saloon and it closed. So right now it's kind of weird. It's kind of odd that it's you know, the two food businesses that are consistently open. Aside from, I mean, Tom's has got a little bit of dessert, but isn't really a food business because it's a tobacco place. But unfortunately, right now they're still staff owned. So, we like doing the this one. We like it. This is a pretty good. It's a good location, and trying to make it in. You know, it's a little bit of a hub, but it's not. I think it's the next hub. Like I think it's definitely the next hub. It's Valentine. It's kind of interesting to see how servers kind of do that because sometimes the staff decide, okay, Blackwater's the hub. When we first got on Badger, our first Red M server, Blackwater was the hub. That was it. And staff owned Emerald Ranch, so that was kind of a hub too. And they put in that racetrack MLO that makes everybody break their brain. And on Badger, Valentine, we were told Valentine was the hub, but it turned out to be Blackwater after all. Well, let's see how much sugar I got. $133. Okay. We'll make some sugar. We planted 30. We got 133. So I hope everyone's having a really good Friday. Like I said, mine started a little bit oddly. Well, not oddly. I guess it's pretty normal for me to wake up in the night and have a bit of trouble getting back to sleep. I've watched, I haven't played Red Dead Redemption 2, but I have watched a lot of playthroughs. Well, say a lot, maybe 3 playthroughs. And so it's pretty funny seeing the scenes that are in the saloon are pretty funny. And okay, hello. How are you? That is met you. Hmm. 80. Let's do some more. I'm not doing badly at all. I'm we're having a lot of forest fires here in Canada, and apparently the states think we can somehow stop the smoke at the border, and they're complaining about Canadian wildfire smoke. coming into their state, nor their states, and messing up their equality. Like they actually have congressmen writing to the Prime Minister of Canada saying, "We thought you would fix this." I mean, I don't know what they think we can do about it. I mean, wind exists. We can't control it.
Man.
Whatever. I keep accidentally grabbing eggs there.
Sweetheart.
Sugar. Oh, do I have a sugar box still in here?
Ma'am?
It was a crate that had sugar in.
Hello.
Milk and eggs. Meats,
I'm
paper.
always afraid I'm gonna catch my daddy around here.
You got that right. Whew.
Looking at you, I assume she's ugly as hell. Two saloons, my kind of town.
Well, look at you.
I thought there was a box with
Are you
sugar.
interested
Oh,
in
it's
some company?
baking. It was the baking box that it was in.
Well, that's too bad for you.
I wouldn't say so. It's still small and oh, it's not going to hold very much.
Hard to keep smiling.
It's not going to
some
hold very
days.
much sugar.
It can't be denied.
It's 60 in there.
Don't you start with me, Billy.
Oh.
You ain't played not a game of poker in your life. I gave him one hell of a walking, let me tell
On
you.
the same beat as Ma last week. Always feels strange. You're so right. Oh well.
You are an addle-headed sumbitch. Are you gonna buy me another drink to keep running your mouth?
Sure enough.
What? Who made
Well,
that
then.
laugh? What was that laugh? What the heck was that?
Enough.
I'm just going to throw it in here. I know I got a box for bottles, but...
Stay happy for a bit longer.
I got some food to eat. I got some things to drink.
Busy days sure take their toll, you know.
Elenia's got to get caught up with the bin board. Just don't know what order these go in. Things go in. So there's the ledger. That was Wednesday. I don't think it necessarily has an order at all. Words cannot describe how much I like this.
Hi. How the hell are you?
Don't even ask.
That's one of our goals today is to she's got Ollie's telegram. She might
Nothing new about that.
let me telegram Ollie and see if he has Pigeon's telegram. She knows Ollie. Ollie saved her from a cougar attack one time. And they have to work out an order for Crossroads too. Alright, his is RH 139. I mean, I don't think he's got it, but I think he can get it and he can send it to her if he gets it. Because I don't know if. Can't remember if Onion has met Pigeon. I know that Alice has met Pigeon. I don't think he has Pigeon's telegram because Dee doesn't have it. Opinion, a pigeon with. That's right, the pigeon with crabs. If necessary, she will in fact do a I forgot I left my horse up there. And if I got too far away from her. Yeah, okay. I don't know why I pressed E. I want to press R. We have quite a lot of events on this server, which makes me quite happy. That we have events. All right, so she got a bit of rest in. She's not fully rested, but we'll. I'm gonna do a stagecoach or two.
Have a lovely morning, miss.
How many characters do I have again? Well, it depends on what you mean by oh, that was the worst spelling of the word white known to man. So I have this one, which is Onion, who is my gray area character. She's mainly Civ, but she does a little crime. And I have Alice, who's my doctor character, who is very good and does not do any crime. I have Althea, my old newspaper lady, who mainly exists to do the newspaper. I have a couple of dogs that I've been playing. One has not been played very much lately because I think his person had been on leave of absence, but I think he's back, so I might be able to get Milo out. You double dip. Can she also get mail? So that's 3 humans and 2 dogs, and then I have another character that's just, he's not really a character. He's kind of a, if he's needed to be cannon fodder, he is available. He's available for mystery things. If we ever want to do any Game Master stuff. Or if we need him to do filming for how-to videos or whatever. He's got a name, he's just not, he's not important. And then I have another character that I thought I would need a dedicated character to play the animals, but you don't. So I have a character that I'm going to delete called Ruff Ruff that is just like a guy that is that I thought was just going to be an animal, but that's not the way animals work right now. Oh. People used to do grand tours. That's a thing that they used to do is, generally speaking, it depends on where you are. What your grand tour would consist of, but a lot of people like in Europe would do like the big grand tour of Europe and possibly even Asia, and spend at least a year doing their grand tour before they settle down to their responsibilities, whatever those were. These are people with money, of course. Or title. Because you could get around without money, but you had to have something. So there are people like Lord Byron, for example, who did a grand tour. I could only really afford to do so because of his name and because he was this famous poet. And he could get stuff, he could trade stuff for that. So it was definitely a real thing that people used to always do, and people to a lesser degree people do that. Sometimes they do a big trip between university and working. If you were of a sufficiently high economic status, like my family was not the grand tour kind of family. My family was working class. So nobody was going on any grand tours. You went right. I was the first person in my family to go to university full time. My brother was the first person in my family to go to university at all. And he went part-time. Yeah, well, this is the thing, and that's what they were for. They were so you could experience the world. And then realize that, what you had was really good and you could settle down, or you didn't. You might find something better, right? So there'd be something else out there for you. In the days before social media, you had to physically go places to learn about them. You might read about them in books, but the only way to truly experience something was to go there. And of course, people could go to a different country and have completely different experiences there. Especially based on how much money they had. I really like strawberry. It's really pretty. Obviously no idea where this chap is going. Stables, I guess. They're going the wrong way if they're on the stable. $98. Not bad. Not that warm here. See if we can get a stagecoach to Rhodes.
Morning, ma'am.
Rhodes, please, sir. Can I get a stagecoach to Rhodes, please? Oh, damn it. It is not what I asked for. All aboard for Irma fucking Diddle. So my family, my father was in the army when I was born. He's a non-commissioned officer. And my mother was a stay-at-home housewife. We also had his mother in the family, till she died when I was 5. We had, technically speaking, I had 2 older brothers, but my one brother was so much older than I was. He was 14 years older than I was, so he was not around at all. Once I became cognizant of the world, I knew that there was this guy, and he occasionally, you know, came and had dinner and things, but he was not around. What did they say? What this is? Catch it on the way back. And then I had a brother that was 4 years older than I was. We did not get along, let's just put it that way. And my father drank too much. and had been in the army, so he used to smoke like a chimney. He quit by the time I was born, and my mother had quit smoking by the time I was born too. But there's a fair amount of strife in the household, a lot of arguments about money and who's drinking. My mother trying to keep everything together. And eventually she decided she was going to get a job. And I remember him getting very angry about this, and no wife of mine is going to work, and this kind of thing. Back then in, the 60s, this was a big shame, I guess. I think she didn't get the job till maybe 1970, though. It was the 70s. I could look it up, because I know I can have a way of finding out when she got the job, because they built a new high school in my hometown, and she went to work at the cafeteria there, because he had said to her, well, who's going to hire you? You don't know how to do anything. You just cook and clean. Very much underestimating her. And she ran our house. Like, he literally, would not lift a finger except to do yard work. And she kept it all together. And there were many times when, because of his drinking, we didn't have enough money to eat, and it was not easy. But she was the one that managed it. She was the one that figured it all out. She was the one that he said, shouldn't work, because she... And part of the problem is she didn't have any work experience in Canada, because she was from Holland. She was Dutch, so she didn't have any Canadian work experience, and he thought for sure he would not. And this is literally what he did for a living. Once he got out of the army, he got a government job at an agency called Canada Manpower at the time, which is now part of Employment and Immigration. No, it's HRSDC, Human Resources Development Canada now. He worked at a job center finding jobs for people, like matching people to jobs. So his opinion on this carried some weight, because he thought he knew what employers were looking for. But of course, to work in a high school cafeteria, you don't really have to have a lot of education. You just need to have, to work hard. And she did work hard, and she got hired to work the high school cafeteria. There were 2 lunch hours. They needed a fair number of staff, and she got hired. And he had to shut up about it, because he had no say. After that, that was it. She had her own money. She was able to keep the family afloat, despite his drinking. I'm making him sound terrible. He wasn't really terrible. He just was an alcoholic, and especially to me, like, I was his favorite child. He wanted a little girl. He finally got one. I don't know why he had this idea that he just wanted a little girl, and I was the apple of his eye. Whereas my mother, favored my brothers, and in fact, the favorite child was my oldest brother, because that was her first. But the special child was the middle child, and he demanded a lot of attention. He had a lot of issues, and continues to have a lot of issues. But she put a lot of love and care into him, which he didn't particularly appreciate. He was always complaining. In the house, though, you've got, like, my father was the practical fix-it guy, the guy that could do things. My mother was the idealist, the one that came up with the ideas about what she wanted to see her do, and he had to make those come to fruition. So the 2 of them actually made a pretty good team most of the time. It just, he liked, like a lot of men of the time, I'm going armadillo, not overweight. Okay, I'm already here. He wanted to be in control. The idea of men being in control was a big deal. Head of the household, blah, blah, blah. And that fell by the wayside when women started to become more active in the workplace. out of necessity in a lot of cases, because it stopped being the case that a man, you know, a blue-collar worker could make a living wage and support his family without his wife going to work. Slowly that got eroded. But not slowly. It was always kind of a thing. I should have gone out. You ever gone out, Onion? Run away. 119. That's pretty good. She got away. What you got away, girl? So men still want to be in control. They want to, well, at least in the U.S. Actually, I work at a social research firm for a lot of years, and I'm now retiring. But one of the things that we would use as ways to tell the difference between Canadians and Americans. This is I find this really, really interesting. There are two sort of key things that you could really set as the kind of the marks of a difference between Canadians and Americans. One is their answer to the question. There were a series of agreement statements. These are social values statements, where you could understand the social values of communities by the way they answered these questions. And one of the statements that was an agree or disagree statement was the man, you know, must be the head of the household, in charge of the home. And the people that believe that the most, that agree with that the most, are religious, because they're and this, it doesn't really matter what religion it is, with the possible exception of Buddhists, and immigrants who tend to be religious. But it's relatively low in Canada. The level of agreement on that is relatively low, and it is really just the religious and immigration that bumps it at all. So if you have an increase in immigration from countries where there's a lot of religiosity there, that will bump up a little bit. But in the U.S., of course, it's much higher, because basically that is one of the tenets of right-wing Christianity, is that men are in charge, and that women have to be obedient. And so that is a big tell. And another tell of the difference between Canadians and Americans, I find this one quite amusing because I worked in this part of the research sector for a while, is the difference in how vehicles are, how you regard your vehicle. So there's two different statements about vehicles, and you're asked which one you would have closer to your view. So the one view was, my vehicle is an expression of who I am, you know, so it's really important that I have the right vehicle, because it's an extension of my personality, basically. I don't remember the exact wording, but that's basically what it was. And the other statement is, a vehicle is an appliance that gets you from A to B. Canadians are so far over to the appliance place. Now, obviously, there are some people who really do love vehicles, and they really do consider them an extension of themselves in Canada as well. But it's way more off the charts in the U.S., where it really, literally is, you know, if you own a Ford F-150, that's basically your personality. Like, you can, it really does speak to something very deep in the American psyche, how much they love their vehicles. Whereas in most other parts of the world, vehicles are literally appliances that get you where you're going. And there's no, you know, there's no really deep connection to it. That people pick their vehicles for the most practical reasons. They're looking at gas consumption, they're looking at how much they have to carry, how many people it has to have. They can decide whether they want a sportier car to go fast, or if they want a more utilitarian vehicle to, you know, but still in all, they do take a lot of these more practical aspects into consideration, as opposed to just, you know, how does this reflect on me as a person? Hello, Richie. How are you? Thinking about tarot today, honestly. I was gonna play Alice, but I just am a little... You just working? Yeah. Unless Donna's around and Stevie as Millie, I don't really feel playing Alice, although I know I should now because we're a little light on doctors, but it's time to start putting the posters back up. Just not an urgency because we do have, you know, ways for people to cope with not having doctors around. But definitely our doctors that have not clocked into the server in a long time. Some of you really understand, like, you know, there's some serious health issues and so on. I think I knew a bit more about some of them than others do. But I am kind of hoping that some of them will come back around. I noticed that one of them raised their head in the Discord, which I haven't seen in a while. But Onion just sent a hologram dolly. I'll have to wait and find out what this is. Yes, yes. He hasn't been feeling that well the last couple of days, so we did play yesterday, but so I think he did respond to Ollie's telegram. I have to be careful. I think I'm going to plummet off or something if I go that way. Maybe not, though. Yeah, it's on a different subject. Yeah, Frank, she lets Frank kind of, no, I shouldn't say she lets Frank do all of the ordering for the saloon, but we are trying to run it at more of as a business now, so we have to have the money to buy things in the ledger, and he's the one that can access the ledger. Dead Lobo. Well, that's not a surprise. Dead Lobo's in there? Ooh, no. We keep track of the expenses for the saloon now and pay it out of the ledger. Because for the first few months, we just funded it, like we didn't care. But we did agree we were going to try to run it more like a business so that we could actually see, you know, talk to people intelligently about the saloons and how much they made and so on. And which is not much right now, of course, because we're still very small pop and can only make so much money. And I don't know whether that's, you know, that it might be part of the issue with people in the businesses. Is really right now with where we are as a server, the businesses are more for RP purposes, so, and making money. And we don't really want the kind of people who want to grind money anyway. Like, there's plenty of ways to grind money on here that doesn't involve having a business, so you get rich pretty easily. Rich, I mean. But what are you getting rich for? Like, this is the thing that constantly, you know, like, Onion and Frank are starting to get very comfortable. Their impetus for doing crime is very low right now. Because they have everything they want. They have everything they need. And the only reason that they still occasionally do crime is for the excitement. So, yeah, and it is, um, it is not always 100% easy because you have to do a lot of prediction that you can't quite, you can't quite predict. And also, I mean, we as staff, we're just providing service to the community with our businesses. Like Jim doesn't care if Johnny makes any money at the saloon or not. Now Johnny has oatmeal. Yesterday, Onion had to haggle up. She was picking up Frank's horse from Georgia because he had to get, well, he shrank basically, so Georgia had to resize him back to where he'd been. And he also, there's something they haven't quite got fixed yet, is it's just apparently he's losing all his heart, his core stuff, or his core health keeps deteriorating. We don't really know why that is. It'll get fixed at some point. It's not a big deal, but she also asked for him to have more shoes because you can put 2 sets of horseshoes on now. And she can't on her horse, like her prize horse that she just picked up. Honey is already, her stats are already too good, so she doesn't need any more horseshoes. But Frank's could get an extra set of horseshoes, so Anya was fully prepared to pay the full price for the horseshoes, and Georgia kept saying, no, this is the first horse that I bred, and, I'm just going to do it for free, and Anya just, no, I want to pay, and she said, oh, well, how about 40%, and then we said, how about 80%, and then Georgia said, how about 60%, so she paid $60. Haggling upwards. They used to be $100 a shoe. And I don't know why. That was just the person who was like the head horse trainer back then just decided they were going to charge $100 a shoe. So $400 to shoe a horse. And I don't know why they decided that when there were a lot of horses that don't even cost $400. So. I don't think it should cost more to shoe your horse than the horse costs. Trying not to get the economy out of control, right? What are you saying? Is too high or is too low? Yeah, the shoe is $2, but you do have to have some kind of profit, and they don't make profit off a lot of the horses. So, it gives them something. Like $100 is not that much. It's a stagecoach run, basically. So economy-wise, it's not that bad. It's a lot better than 400, I can tell you that. 400 I just thought was crazy, but they just maintained that as a front for a long time. They had a united front about it. Like everybody had to charge $400 to shoe a horse. Which is, to me, was crazy, considering the price of horses. I mean, I think it's, the economics of the horses is improving. Now that we have some really knowledgeable people. We are, yeah, we absolutely are. Especially since, most of those people are no longer around. And the one that is still around is very reasonable, so. you do want to give them, you know, some leeway to be able to make money doing that, so that, you know, they can, they don't make money on like the stock horses. Really. They do make money on training. Yeah, I know, it was kind of crazy. But then they also like do things like, for example, Georgia will throw in a horse pick and a brush with a horse that she's selling. So I guess it depends. There is a certain what the market will bear thing too, with the economy. Like I said, if you can get horseshoes for the price of doing a stagecoach, that seems pretty reasonable in the long run to me. Like, I'd look at it in those terms as opposed to how much profit over the material alone. Because there is, you know, technically speaking, they are doing the labor. Now, if you think about it in terms of, yes, they're buying pre-made horseshoes from a blacksmith, so they are doing the work, but they still have to do a final fit and apply the horseshoes, and there are 4 feet, and they're charging the same whether it's 1 or 2 sets of horseshoes, I believe. Yeah. But they will presumably need reshoeing, because Onion's horse Tilly is at 94% now, I think. Doesn't seem like it deteriorates very quickly. But I mean, people need to eat every day. And in terms of like alcohol, for example, there's not very many people that drink the alcoholic drinks. Oh my god. Ah, you fellas are crazy. I don't really want to go to Tumbleweed. I really don't want to go to Tumbleweed. What's your problem? Just move along, sir. Move along, sir. Hi, Rem. How you doing? Life is good. Anya's just doing some stagecoaches, so she has more money than Frank. Onion and Frank have this thing. Actually, Jack and Alice do it too. She probably shouldn't, but it's just a way of picking who goes first. Just a funny way of picking who goes first with the stagecoaches. We're having questionable weather. Well, I mean, it's not so bad where I am, but I know there's a lot of central Canada's got a lot, you know, wildfire smoke advisories. I don't have any lung issues, but I am an older person, so susceptible. So nobody really wants yellow skies or orange skies. I'm gonna let Onion drive herself while I have some coffee. I am trying to get a hold, you know, get on top of retirement planning and things. Well, not planning so much. I mean, I'm basically there, but I think how my days are gonna go. Because I really should not sit at the computer and play games all day. I should not sit at the computer and play games all day. I need to start planning out things. I have to clean my house. I have to get rid of a lot of my late husband's things because I just haven't been dealing with that. He died 7 years ago. on the 15th of July. That was his death day. So July is always kind of a not great month for me. There was my birthday was Monday. Then his death day was Wednesday. And his birthday is next week, on the 25th. So I've got all these kind of things that happen in the month of July. Thank you. I've turned 66, so I was gonna work till I was 67, but I am just got. I was already kind of leaning to not maybe going that long, but then the CEO of my company said they're looking to reduce body count basically, and obviously they wanted to talk to the people who are close to retirement to see if they were interested in maybe, you know, transitioning to retirement. So that's what I ended up doing. Yeah, it's difficult, right? You just have. I was in the hospice where my husband was dying, and I said to him, you know, we did a lot of dark humor stuff over the course of his illnesses, his various illnesses, and so on. And I said to him, if you die on my birthday, I'll kill you. And he laughed. And he didn't, mercifully. He made, that was his last really good day. And the 14th, he was pretty much out of it. And then he died at 4 in the morning on the 15th. So it was barely into the 15th when he died. But he managed to avoid my birthday by a whole day, which was really nice. I don't think he, you know, that wasn't a conscious decision. It just happened to be. But then every time around my birthday now, I think about those last days and his time in the hospice and everybody coming to say goodbye to him. And, you know, it was really, really difficult. And my birthday was difficult, you know, and it just, everything about this time of year is difficult because I just, no matter how much I want to kind of just remember the years before that and how much fun we would have in July. And, you know, I still have a lot of memories about how difficult those last couple of years were and what we went through. He had a double lung transplant. He caught a very rare lung condition. They're not even really sure how we managed to get it. It wasn't smoking related, although we did smoke in his youth, or you know, when he was younger. But it wasn't smoking related. I'm sure it wasn't made better by the fact that he smoked, but you know, it was a condition that you can't get from smoking. And going through that whole process, like, it's excruciating. Because you have to get on the lung transplant list, you have to be really sick with your lung disease and not too bad otherwise, which is really challenging for people. Like, you have to be in it, and they will only do transplants for certain conditions. Like, they are not going to do transplants for lung cancer. They don't do them. But they will do them for a series of lung diseases, of which he had one. And the one he had was so serious that he was never, like, there really isn't a hierarchy on a lung transplant list. If you get on the list, you're on the list. The next lungs that come up that match you, you get. However, there is a sickness kind of scale. So if you are, your condition is stable but fatal. They all have to be fatal. Like, you can't get on the lung transplant to just, you know, have one. Your condition has to be fatal. And so that's why there's a limited number of conditions that will qualify for this. So his condition was fatal, and he had basically months, not years, at that stage. So it was important that he get listed, and then we moved to Toronto for 14 months because they didn't do lung transplants in our city. So we had to relocate for 14 months, the reason that we relocated, they said that he could go back home, but we were not going back home because he got so sick that he had to wait to get better to get airlifted to Toronto. So obviously we weren't going to go back home and risk him not being well enough to get airlifted again. So we mercifully had family there, so we were able to stay. 850, hello. How are you? Oh yeah, we had tons of tough decisions. My work was really good to me. They gave an extremely long leave, paid leave, at full pay. And then when they felt like they had to stop doing that, I had to go on a government program called a caregiver benefit, and they topped it up to my salary. They didn't have to do any of that, but they did because they were just really valued me, I guess, and it's a very good company. But the government gave you $600 a month to move to Toronto to wait for your lung transplant. $600 in rent does not buy you a doghouse. Like, you can't rent a doghouse for $600. How you doing, 50? Miss her peeing with you. After we got back home after his transplant, we did a letter writing campaign with the other folks that we met, and they doubled it to $1,200. We basically had to shame them. We said Prince Edward Island, which is a tiny, tiny province with a very small tax base, was paying more than Ontario, this very rich province, to people who had to relocate to Toronto for lung transplants. It was, we had to shame them to get them to change that policy. There were other ways to get money, but they were so strict, like the conditions were so stringent that hardly anybody met them. We certainly didn't. No, we're sorry. We apologize for the Canadian smoke coming down. I know there are some governors in the U.S. Who think we should be able to control the wind, and telling us that we should stop having smoke go over the border. Uh-oh. Where are these fellas? The rifle. Oh. Horsies, why? Horsies, back the fuck up. Where'd that guy go? I did kind of fire a warning shot, mostly because I'm never really 100% sure. Those are his, they weren't really mine. Well, no, I think he was trying to get away. They're not my ambush, they're Peter's ambush. She does know Peter, but she just hightailed it out of there, I guess. Alright, well. Yeah, I'm a terrible shot. Let's see if I get my own ambush. Oh. Just a random horse running around. I guess I should look where he went, but he looks like he hightailed it out of there, so. Yeah, it's bad. I apologize for. Just like I apologize for the geese. There's nothing I can do about our geese. Our geese are nasty. And nothing I can say can make it better. They're mean as hell. I don't know if you've ever been in proximity with one. They are not pleasant. Having neck and spinning. You seem to think that they're light and you'll be able to just lift them. They're huge. Cobra chickens, they certainly are. And here in our nation's capital, we have a ton of them. And this is definitely like you see fields of them waiting to start their fall migration south. And those fields are nasty. Spinner piece fun, yeah, pretty much. The 50 of you haven't been back on Medieval since they launched the 1.5 with no magic. No, we don't. We don't call them Canadian geese. We call them Canada geese. Because that's their name. They're just Canada geese. They're not polite. There's no need to be polite to them. Because they're not polite to you. Don't worry about it. They're miserable. They particularly like sitting where, close to water, I used to teach women's fly fishing, and you'd have to try to find a place that you could take the newbies to teach them how to cast and how to fish without, absolutely getting covered in Canada Goose shit. Because if they sit somewhere and poop for days, and it's so nasty. You haven't? Yeah. That was the only character that I gave any kind of ending to. Harvey had to go off with his family, and that's because you guys offered to do that, which was nice. Oh yeah, they're gonna wait and shit where they land, because they're classy like that. They are also fucking classy. That's classy too. They're birds after all. My God, I was out here on Althea doing that hunting challenge, and I had no intention of winning. Like, I was deliberately not catching all the animals because I obviously don't want to win. because I'm staff, but I did give it the old college try, and I did want to try to get the animals, or at least, you know, attempt. So I came out here to get the Sonoran, the Sonoma or the Sonora pronghorn, because that was on the list. And all I could find were the Baja ones. I saw maybe 2 of the ones I wanted, but I missed them. I didn't get them. Is fucking classic Canadian Goose in the sky? She will have to answer that question herself. Because I could be, you know, I mean, we none of us could be what we appear, right? Yeah. I get that. I really get that. Oh god, Onion's gonna die. Onion needs to eat something. We'll get there and then we'll eat. Onion is so hungry. Hey, Billy doesn't honk. Or at least I don't think she does. I have literally been trying, like, I have never managed to have a scene with Classy on any of my human characters, but darn it, I got a chance to have a scene with her on Milo, the dog. Just so weird to me. We finally had a scene together and I was a dog at the time. Anya does need food badly. She's very hungry. She has food too. Yeah, I think you're pretty much leaving when she's getting going. I know, literally, like, I played Harvey for, what, an hour? I had Harvey, was at the airport, and I made Harvey at the airport. I had him hop out of the airport. Then I teleported him to City Hall, or no, to Legion Square. Then I hopped up to the movie theater, and that was that. It was so funny. The irony is not lost on me. Kane and Judy not meeting for so long. Cinematic drive. Look at some views. I hope that continues, Richie, because I know we have some really, really great role players. I've met some wonderful people through the folks that you folks have brought in. I am just, you know, blown away by some of these people. And that's one of the nice things about a server is you can make some really, really good friends. Like, Big 50 and I go back to Ignite 1.0. That's where we met and roleplay. Don was from my very first server. No Pixel Public 3.0. And we've been RPing together ever since. Lassie, where did we meet? Was it Ignite or was it? Aww. So sad. How sad do you think everybody cares about your opinion? I don't know why he thinks people care. I certainly don't. I'm 66 fucking years old. I don't give a shit what he thinks about anything. I hope that made his day better, poor little thing. Got that out on there. I got that out of his system. So sad. Just so sad. Wait, where am I going again? I changed my position. I know, it's so sad. Hang on, let me get onions and food. She gonna die. I should get some crab back and eat that. That should be very filling. Yeah, it is. Okay. It's gonna get some oranges for good measure. Should be getting oranges from Billy, but we had so many oranges that we didn't need to order any. All right, let's see where we are. Oh, I gotta turn my fan on. All right, so oh, there's some breeze. Hooray! I feel a breeze. Where is that stagecoach destination? There we are. Where are we going? Oh wait, I want to see where we're going. Valentine. Perfect. Giddy up. Jesus. Are you in a movie? Are you in a movie? We did good. We did good. I mean, it astonishes me that they think that saying stuff like that to people they don't know somehow has the ability to make them feel bad. And I know that some people actually do feel bad when they see criticism because they're not used to it. I'm 66 years old. If I got upset every time somebody criticized me in my life, I'd be a mess. Moon, hello. Oh, wait. I gotta grab my vitamins. Moon's here. Damn it. Don't tell Moon I didn't take vitamins till she got here. There. I took the vitamin, Moon. I love it. Look at the views. I just can't. This is what people should do. Like, people should play video games like this and look at the beautiful views and get joy in their lives. You know, I get joy in my life with it. Oh, Moon, I've been quite good. This week I did blow it a little bit because it was my birthday week. And my sister-in-law sent me a package of British treats. And I now have treats for days. She sent that, not for my birthday, she sent it for my late husband's death day, because that was her brother. And she likes to send little treats to help me get through the month. It is very sad that they feel that, unfortunately, quite a lot of very immature people, a lot of them happen to be men who have anger issues about not being successful or not being good looking or not getting what they want in life somehow. So it's other people's fault, and then they have to tear down these other people because reasons. I don't know. There's a very Moon, I don't know if you saw it, Moon. We had to ban somebody in here for a dickwad. I do have a rule about that in it somewhere. I really should keep a copy of that. Where is my... I have to look at my mod thing. Mod thing. Y'all are grown-ass men and women on Red Dead RP. You guys are genuinely depressing. Like when I see these streams, my smile fades and it ruins the whole year. I hope it is ITS. It ruins the whole year. I hope you all realize you're unfunny, corny, and annoying. That's unbelievable. Somebody took the time to actually type that out. I hope he enjoyed his small share of serving of who the fuck cares before he goes. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. He must be a real fun guy at parties. Imagine getting upset because somebody else is having fun doing something that doesn't affect you in the slightest. I bet he does. He's a double dipper for sure. I don't think he brings anything to the potluck. He just shows up. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, you know, because you have to pull something down if you're not good at it yourself. Because reasons to make yourself feel better in your poor, sad existence. Imagine coming into a into the stream of somebody who's literally advertising as an old lady's senior stream, and saying that, like, who the hell cares? Why would you think I would care? You know, I do find it very upsetting that there are so many people now, and I think there always were, but now you can just see them out in the daytime, right? Like they used to hide, and now you wouldn't see them. But because of social media, you now see them. You see these very sad people who feel like they have to make other people miserable to feel better about themselves. Yeah, and it's perfectly all right, right? Like you don't have to do everything. Like I don't play PvP games. I don't go on the streams of people who are playing PvP games and telling them to waste their time, and that it upsets me to see them playing PvP. Like, I don't. It's just not for me. You don't have to tear somebody down. Just go. You all heard the bean soup thing? I think it's on a YouTube thing, but it's pretty much applicable to all social media, all kind of platforms. The bean soup theory. It's not really a theory, so I can't remember what it's called. It's a TikTok thing, yeah. But somebody had a video of making a bean soup. Like that's all it was. She was doing a recipe for bean soup. And the comments were full of people complaining that they didn't like beans and that she was doing it wrong and this, that, and the other thing. You know, just basically like just tearing it down. And it just sort of became a symbol for the idea that not everything is for you. You know, not everything is for you. Just because you don't find joy or it doesn't apply to you or it's, you know, some food that you don't eat or whatever, just walk on by. Walk on by. You know, like it's not for you. Just go. Go elsewhere. Nobody's forcing you to look at this content. Just go. Yeah, basically. Like has nothing to do with you. If it doesn't apply to you, just change the channel, man. Just change the channel. All right, that's old talk because I'm an old lady, but still, like, you get the idea. Just, if it's not for you, if it's something you don't need or something you don't like or something you don't want, swipe. Swipe away. Not for you. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, why does content even exist that doesn't cater to me? Just cannot understand how people can be enjoying content that I don't think is about me. I used to do really, really long streams, and I might occasionally still do one, but most of the time I'm doing a lot shorter streams now. But when I say long, I mean like 10 hours, 11 hours kind of thing. And I started posting my VODs up on YouTube. So I, you know, when I'm a doddery old lady in my old folks' home, I could look back on them and watch some of the stuff. And somebody commented on that. And just, you know, just commented on the length of the video, the VOD. You know what? Nobody's making you watch that. You don't have to be here. It's not even like I want views. I'm not trying to monetize. I'm not trying to do anything other than archive because Twitch, even as, you know, I have Twitch Prime, so my VODs stay up longer. But they come off pretty quick, you know, so if I want to just remember something, or if I want to maybe do a compilation video or something later, I have these archived. I don't want to have like a massive, you know, bunch of videos. Although I do archive all my metal clips and things. Yeah, misery loves company. That is what the old saying says. If you can't find miserable people, you can make them by bringing everybody you meet down. Just absolutely crazy. You know, for a long time I was playing Onion just with Dunn, and we didn't really meet anybody. We were all always playing on our own, and I kept thinking Onion needs friends. Like these guys need friends. And we're finally starting to get some friends, or get some people that we know through the business mainly, but also through the events. Because I've had Onion go to events. Oh my god.
Awful fancy wagon.
Ran into my horse. Oh damn. I can barely see. No, a lot of people, I think, you have difficult circumstances that they have to deal with. I will freely admit that I'm really lucky. I grew up, yeah, I was sort of a lower middle class family, border working class, but Canadian. I'm white. I've had parents who believed in education. We had a really nice community of people that it had a university, there was a government town, provincial government town, tiny provincial government town. Very small population, but still, it was a nice place to grow up. I did have there were some difficulties, but, for the most part, I can't complain about it too much. Could have been so much more difficult. The hand I was dealt was pretty easy. I wouldn't say it was like, it's definitely not being a rich white male, but it wasn't that difficult a hand to be dealt. Basically, played the game on easy mode. Game of life on pretty easy mode. Got a very close-up view of my fancy wagon. What pickled eggs? A pickled egg recipe. Or just be able to get pickled eggs. We do squirrel nuts. As a treat. Let's see what's going on. This thing drives me a bit crazy. The order is kind of gone out the window, right? Like sometimes new stuff is at the top and sometimes new stuff is at the bottom. We put this up yesterday and it's up here. Words cannot express how much I love this. I love this so much. This is why she sent, and she didn't send the telegram to Dee. She sent it to Ollie because she happened to have it. But I just love this so much. We had a really fun conversation with Nicholas about that. The doctor wants crabs. Yeah. It's really nice when you can find an RP partner that you enjoy spending time with, because it's fun to play the game with somebody that No, I don't know. The script is like blocked.
Well, so it goes.
I don't know the script. I know we had one on Medieval where it was flipped and they were able to get it to fix. Well, this is nice. This is the thing, right? You just find like-minded people and enjoy their company. What does she have? I'm gonna throw that in there so she can get around two
Ain't
packages
a
of
girl
cigarettes.
just spoiled for choice with y'all.
Why do I still have 53 sugar
You don't
cane?
wanna
We're just gonna throw
spoil
that in
that,
there.
do
No wonder
you?
I've got so much in my pockets.
All right, maybe later then.
Yeah. Well, you've got dev privileges, so you can go on the dev server and do stuff on there. I mean, technically, I guess I can go on there too, but I just never have. I don't have any reason to because I don't do scripts. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because Jim, was doing it all himself, so he didn't. And Depp and Dunn were doing learning to do some stuff, but They haven't really.
Am I lucky I ran into you?
Nobody's got like a lot of time. I think that's mainly the issue. Dunn works 6 days a week. Yep, and is based out of Hong Kong, but goes all over the place in her job. So there's only so much time to devote to doing these things. Guess I should put the poster up.
Hello, darling.
So I decided to. And where does that go? So confusing. It just seems to be kind of just shuffles around,
Hello there.
That was at the top, now it's on the bottom, and now there's 2 of them. I don't know.
Feel like
And I don't think people necessarily all see the same order either. So. Strange. I mean, it's nicer.
Guess you don't want a good time.
The script that we had before was, I don't think there was a way to hide who posted it. The Discord,
You nervous?
the
I won't
interface
lie.
or something.
All I want is one handsome man today.
Can't argue with that.
Old Maroney's sleeping in the blacksmith barn these days.
I'm drunk and I'm still getting paid. Woo-wee!
When was the last time you took a bath? 1890?
I don't know what was going on yesterday.
Why, hello.
Yesterday, there was some weirdness.
Howdy.
Today, there wasn't really weirdness because
Want to get to know me better?
oh, Team Skull.
Whatever. I can get business anywhere around here.
That's one thing is about being I don't have to be on very many calls now. So I'm winding down my work. I have just this month and then next month, and then I'm completely kind of no obligation. My boss did ask if I would accept the occasional contract because
You
they're
look
worried
like something out of my
about
dreams.
not having me around.
Thank you, ma'am. You're mighty sweet.
I have to get my phone switched over because they're giving me my phone, which is an iPhone 13, by the way, but I don't use the phone very much.
So, yeah.
Yep.
I have a voicemail from somebody this morning. A friend of mine I called yesterday, so we're just going to.
Oh, well.
I'm just going to listen to this.
This place.
Just going to let Onion play for a sec. Excuse me.
Yep.
My. Am I lucky I ran into you? I'm okay with quiet fellers. Just letting you know.
Yeah, his message was really quiet, so it wasn't able to be transcribed, but basically just responding to a message I left him. I'm trying to get some stuff organized in my house, like get my husband's accumulated stuff out of here and organized, and like it's not a hoarder house by any means, but he had a lot of things, and I would like to have fewer things. I would like to have a lot fewer things. And now that I'm retired, I have to, or like, budget my time, or so I can play, but I also can get some other things done. And I have these nasty little intrusive thoughts sometimes about, you know, what if something happens to me, you know, and I drop dead in my house? How long will it take for somebody to figure out that I'm not alive anymore? Those are bad thoughts, but they're practical thoughts in a way. So I'm not going to live forever. Realistically, I might have maybe 14 years. Possibly. Doesn't seem very long. It's not very long. So I have to kind of... If she just keeps playing this song, this one song over and over, and doesn't play any other songs, I'm going to be very annoyed with her. Onion. Yes, you're just going to play What a Friend I Have in Jesus. Don't do that. Why are you like that? Yesterday you were playing other things. Today you're back on your shit of
All right, stranger.
only playing that one song. There we go. Well, right now I'm only streaming Fridays and Saturdays. I'm going to work it out so I do a bit more than that in my schedule when I am free to do that. Because right now I'm still working a little bit a week, like free bird. Some of the stuff that's on here is obviously very advanced for... I mean, it's advanced for 1907, let alone 1885. There is a syncopated jazzy thing in one of the things that's way advanced, maybe from the 20s. So not everything is completely period appropriate. A few little things slipped in.
I have always said there's nothing wrong with a quiet man.
Why don't you go find one? They're just standing over here by themselves. No, this is not something that the female peds are allowed to learn to play, by the way. This is only the male peds can play that stuff. We all play like this. We play terribly.
You'll change your mind. They always do.
I have to laugh a bit because honestly my own piano playing never really got past this point, so I basically play like Onion, which is kind of sad. That's another thing I have to deal with. I have a keyboard set up in my living room that I never play. I've got all of these musical instruments that my husband used to have that I never play, like a mandolin. I have a really cheap-ass guitar that is actually my cheap-ass guitar. I have a decent guitar. I don't really play guitar anymore. Well, Rockstar didn't want women with our delicate lady hands to play any musical instruments. So. There are scripts you can buy that are probably, you know, locked, that allow women to play musical instruments, that allow you to play off of a sheet of music. Like I've seen women streams in Red Dead where they are playing musical instruments, but not many of the songs that are on those are period appropriate. And I don't know, I'm a little bit fussy, I guess, when it comes to that kind of thing. Like, I know it's all right to have some slippage in terms of dialogue and in terms of references and so on, but sometimes it really takes out of immersion to do things that are too modern. So music is particularly bad at that for me. Like pulls me right out and sticks me in the wrong place and time in my brain.
Hello, you.
Fortunately, most of the stuff that is on these pianos are more or less still pretty period appropriate. Yeah, exactly. And this is and they have a whole bunch of people played the music for the played the
I guess you
piano
let other
for the
parts
game.
talk.
And there are obviously very good piano players that had to pretend like they couldn't play so that they could do this really bad piano playing. The animations aren't too bad. Like they're not perfect, but they're not too bad in terms of playing the actual keys. They're definitely not 100%. What I told Dunn about that dying and nobody knowing things, I said he's going to be the first one to realize that I'm not around. So I actually have to set up a little chain so that maybe he can text somebody and that can start a chain of people that need to be notified. Because I think he's definitely going to be the first person that notices I'm not responding. I have to talk to my next door neighbor. They have a code to get into my house. So I think I need to loop them in pretty early to the process so that my cat can get fed if I go before my cat. She's got not lung disease. She's got kidney disease, so she's not gonna be around too long. But honestly, right lately she has been so robust because I've been giving her a taurine supplement. I read somewhere that might help her with her birthing because she's always been a bit of a birther. And it doesn't really help with the birthing, especially, but she's way more robust than when I started giving it to her. She was at the point where I was having to give her subcutaneous fluids a couple of times a week, 2 or 3 times a week, and we both hated it so much. Yes, you say that, Richie, but I do sleep alone in my bedroom with the door shut because she jumps on my head in the middle of the night and I can't have it. So she doesn't sleep with me. She sleeps outside with the door shut. She is not going to get to eat my face. Now, if I drop dead, like at my gaming, like at my table right here, then she might eat my face. But if I die in bed, which ideally is what will happen, then she won't be able to get at me. But I do keep my blinds drawn because I like to keep things cool in here. So even in the wintertime, I don't really have because the wintertime the blinds are drawn to keep the cold out. And in the summer, they're drawn to keep the heat in, heat out. So I'm trying to, I don't have them open regularly. Yes, I do have one kitty. Her name is
Feel like
Eva.
having a good time right now?
You have all seen her.
Bah.
Because
All
she
right.
is my,
So you're not into pretty ladies.
She is my my cat that's in my little avatar. That's her. Little spot under her nose. She's a calico. She's very much a calico. Well, I don't know if anybody but you folks are coming in here. Why is this absolutely full of women? Why are you all still here? What? There's hardly any men in here. Why don't you just buzz off? Normally you can't run into the women here because the men get all shooty, but there's like
Morning to you.
literally like 2 guys in here. How'd you leave?
Hell!
Oh, leave, all right?
Get the hell away from me!
Everybody go. Jesus, why are you all here?
Are you insane? Get the hell away!
Everybody leave.
God save me! My God!
Time for you to leave too, sweetheart.
What? Back off, goddammit! No!
You were already out. Why are you? Oh, damn. Have to do boots because she spawns with her boots out, her pants outside of her boots, and I don't know why. Your last filling here, gonna leave? Are you leaving? You should probably go. You should probably go, sir.
Morning.
You should go. I don't want you shooting me though, so I'm not gonna push you. Like a nice quiet bar with nobody in it.
Morning.
This script has always been a bit messed up because stance is smoke. Smoke is stance instead of smoke. Stance doesn't do anything. Kind of weird. Another ad break? Holy cow. I have these on like the least that can be, that is recommended, but
Good morning to you.
yeah. We have this one. This one. This one where we actually get to smoke, even though it sort of pushes it up our nose. And then back to the start again. So Onion and Frank have been inching towards a relationship for a long ass time. They Bo helped a little bit with that. I mean, that and just Onion's feeling very much more comfortable than she was because she's got this business. She's got a nice place to live now. They always had a house, but it wasn't really a great place to live. I mean, it wasn't bad. It was that house up by the waterfall. The one up here. This house, which you got immediately bought again. Biological clock is ticking. Well, I don't think she's ever going to have kids.
Damn fine day.
Onion's got a checkered past. She's told Frank some of her past, but she hasn't really outlined exactly that she used to be one of these women in the salon. she doesn't. She might have told him enough that he could figure out that she used to do that stuff, but also the limited amount
Enjoy
of
your day, miss.
opportunities for certain women, for class and education. She used to serve drinks. Yeah, she used to stand in a saloon and talk to men for money. This is what pretty girls could do if they needed money and they didn't have anybody to take care of them. So she definitely had a rough life. Rough time of it. But she got away from that life, and turned to crime. Because, you know, crime's better than, well, other kinds of crime, let's put it that way. So she did become like a petty thief. They used to hang with this guy named Rory, and they used to rob stores a lot. Well, not a lot, but they used to rob stores. And Frank will occasionally rob something, but Anya's not really she's not really feeling it anymore. We did a lot more crime back before the server launched when we were testing things. We did a fair amount of testing of things. Jim didn't have the store robberies in place though, so it was just wagons and grave robbing for the most part. Valentine makes you so dirty.
Morning, lady.
Morning. How are you? You know what I should do? I should actually go see if I could hunt some birds. There's this horse's coat. You can sort of see now. They're pretty. That's a pretty horse. She's actually down to... I didn't want to buy more express rifle rounds because buying them at big speed prices is a lot. You find some birds. This is her prize horse. Her horse that, not her prize winning horse, it's her prize, the horse she won as a prize. That I didn't intend to win either of those events, but accidentally got third in the race because, yeah. And she accidentally got third in the race. That was definitely not intended. And that was because there were two better competitors who had to step out. Well, Mr. Wong's horse stopped and examined a rock for a very long piece of time, or bush. Oh. I know. I am not good at getting on horseback. How am I missing so much? I'm so bad at this. So bad at this. Although I have shot birds out of trees on horseback. I have in fact done that. I heard all these prairie chickens go flying off their roosts. I don't know where the other chicken went. Yeah, I'm mostly, like I would say 90% complete trash. Occasionally I get a brilliant shot and I don't know how I did it. Young hunt foxes. Yeah, when I saw the list of animals, whoa! I saw the list of animals for the Althea for the hunting event, and I thought I am definitely not. Althea is definitely not going to do that. I mean, I had no intention of winning that anyway, but when I saw the list of animals, I thought, no, she's just not gonna. So I didn't shoot any of the little ones. I strangely enough did try to get a squirrel because at Althea's camp, there are a lot of squirrels. There just weren't any. Where'd it go? Tree. It was a list of 15 animals that you had to find and kill. That they showed you when you got there. They put it on the pin board, so it became public knowledge, which upset Melly a lot because foxes were on it. There's Onion and Frank's house, which is the same house that Jindy, yeah. Not everything is for everybody. Well, Millie particularly has. I mean, foxes are her special interest. It's pretty clear that Millie is on the autistic spectrum. Now you would know that. You wouldn't know that in 1885. But there's some pretty clear signs for her sensitivity to noise is a big sign that a lot of people on the spectrum have. Being a person on the spectrum myself, I know. I'm not that bad with the. They had the Oogly Booglies last night on their deck. I was gonna put something in here and I can't remember what it is. That's okay. I really should go to Blackwater. Go to Blackwater. We have to use R a lot. I don't know why. I can't use these other prompts. I don't know why I put my horse away, because she's gonna come up there. Act like she was considering not coming. I really love the color of her. And it's a foxtrotter, so this is not a very common coat color for foxtrotters. And she's very nice. Very pretty horse. If we get some ducks. Here, ducks. Here, ducks. Where are the ducks? Sometimes there's some right across from their house, and sometimes they're a little further down. Oh. Yeah, I hit the horn. Oh, wait. I almost got that one. Drop it. Okay. And just not quick enough to get to ducks. Well, some very rare occasions I've managed to get to. I have gotten ducks from the air before. Or sturdy again. Just being in Valentine makes your horse dirty. Alright, we're gonna go to Blackwater, but we're gonna go the river route so we can find ducks and other birds. Mostly ducks. We'll shoot geese and things now. Oh, these pronghorns. Ah. So beautiful. I can't believe I get to do this. Goose. Raven. I think you don't get much off a raven that's useful. Oh yeah, it's that time of day. Time to play Onion's favorite game, Duck or Duck-Shaped Rock. Usually ducks up here somewhere. We can sneak up on some ducks. No ducks. Very often ducks there. Oh, no, that is a duck. Leave the carcass for the other animals. They belong. I mean, it's not terribly thoughtful. They do, and that's the really fun thing about this is you can use those animal carcasses as bait for other animals. Bird Should be some up around. Way here. Am I winning? Yes, we are winning. We are winning. Well, whining. I'm also whining. So, you know, that's what I do. The deer have. Oh. The problem with these birds is they're a little too far out. So, they can. They're usually gulls or geese here, but the problem is they're too far out. If you shoot them, you can't get them. And that are. The problem is I don't want to go get them. I want to stay down here looking for more birds. There are some around on the way to. Oh, I am miles off on that one. Miles. I don't even know why I bothered to pull the trigger. And this is after a few years of, you know, basically practicing. But, you know, I never played any shooting games. I'm going to be easy on myself. It's not like I ever did that. I only learned to WASD 4 years ago. I never played any video games other than a few, like, games on my iPad. Like Heyday. And those matching games like Girl's Peril and stuff like that. I have no experience with any aiming and shooting games. Not Candy Crush. I never really got into Candy Crush, but ones that had like stories. You had to match things to do missions and things and get points and move along. Matching dragons or whatever it's called. There's one with dragons. I like that for a while. Usually some kind of birds over here, but not today. Might be a little further up river, but we're not going to go up river. We're going to go back. I have been on another server taken prisoner here. People came and found us and used us as hostages. I actually don't mind hostage therapy at all. We just haven't really had anybody do bank robberies. I don't even know if bank robberies are working yet. Just easing and stuff like that so it doesn't become a crime server. Where the hell is he going? Very confusing. You know, you go out of your house to your work, you're probably not going to get robbed. Like, no matter how many times you do that, you're probably not going to get robbed.
I think my suppliers are creeping
So,
over the top.
why would you go out of your house and get robbed every day on a server? That just doesn't seem reasonable to me. And I, to be fair, have never been on a server where that's been the case, but I know they're out there. I've been on 4 different servers, although one of them was just for a very brief time. So just started working on this one. It just doesn't seem reasonable to me that you would, like, every day get. We don't have rifle. We don't have. Oh wait, right? No, we don't. We don't have any rifle ammo. It's very low. Yeah. Well, I've been robbed and taken hostage, but it was all good RP. Like it wasn't shitty RP. You still have to go see your fails got Tom. But I know that there's a lot of people on here who have been in servers where you get robbed constantly and there's little to no RP. That basically the same people just rob the same people over and over and over again. And that's not good. We don't like that. We don't love that. What time is it? 11:39. Yeah. Oh, there are definitely people on here who have been on servers where that's been the case, and we're trying we're very determined to not have this server be one of those servers, because there's plenty of servers out there that are very crime focused. Plenty of them. You don't have to turn every server into a crime server. You just find one that's already crime focused and Bob's your uncle. There are people who are of the opinion, and I'm definitely not one of them, nor is Jim, nor is anybody else on staff, that you have to focus a roleplay server on. What is here? Why can't I get over there? God. Invisible rock. Weird duck. I could go. I could go. We have people on here playing law who wanted the W's every day, and if they didn't get them, it was our fault for having a shitty server, and they couldn't get the W's. Nobody wanted to be crims on here. There's nobody to rob. Law needs to get alerts about everything so that they can catch everybody and get their W's. It's like, come on. A roleplay server, not a PvP server. It's not a winning server, I don't understand why people feel like they have to have that to get their ego stroked. I really don't. You ask any, police officer, do they have, major crime investigations every day? Or do they have, community policing 80% of the time? I forgot to look for ducks. I forgot, that's why I was coming in. And you gotta remember, people were a lot more restrained back then, too. They didn't, you didn't rob 5 stores a day. It would take you days to sort of figure out what you were going to rob, and then you would rob it. And then you'd lay low, because you should. You don't, chain rob everybody you see. I just find it so discouraging that people have very short attention spans, and they feel like they need to have constant action, and if they don't have it, then there's something wrong with the server. I can. Yeah, I mean, you get a better sheriff, You're not gonna stick around where you're gonna get robbed every day. It's dangerous. No, I think, you know, the nice thing is it might take us longer to build as a server, but we're not in a rush. Jim's not trying to monetize this. He's not trying to make money off this or be a huge server. Like a lot of these servers are very, you know, they're trying to make money. And that's not the case with this server. This server is, you know, we're taking our time. We're building a place we enjoy playing, first and foremost, and a group of people that enjoy the same kind of, you know, playing that we like. And yes, there's going to be some crime, but there's not going to be like roving gangs taking over everything and being in charge of everything, and then most especially bitching on the Discord about how they should be allowed to rob more people and make more money and do more robbing. You know, that's not what's going to happen. We're not going to. This is not a server that's going to cater to gangs and trying to build population, because it's not what we're trying to do. You know, Jim and Don and I rolled around on here for a few months before anybody else showed up. And Don and I RP'd like every day. We didn't roll around here out of character. You know, we rolled around here in character. And we didn't and sometimes when we ran into Jim, you know, we'd obviously just test things and be out of character, but most of the time we stayed in character. And we didn't really, you know, have a... Oh. Oh. Well, that's one way to get off the horse. And... Well, you know, he's been doing this for a long time. And he's, this is his fun project that he likes to do. And this is, you know, he devotes a lot of time to it. And I like doing this. This is the only person I've ever volunteered to be staff for on any server. Because I like Jim, and I, you know, experienced him as an owner on a previous server. He wasn't a sole owner, which meant that, you know, he basically funded the thing and did all the work, and then didn't get a say in how the server was run. Which he has now got sole ownership of this one, and he can do what he likes. And what he likes is to have very realistic, laid-back roleplay that doesn't involve people turning into mystical creatures. And, you know... Oh dear, I had time again. Damn it. And the other thing is, you know, I don't know if the ad's over. I accidentally clicked it off so I couldn't see. But one of the things that we're kind of about is not having staff do everything. Like, we don't get the best things, you know. Done in an application for the saloon, same as anybody. We earned the money for our first houses, you know, same as anybody. We didn't get given things. The only thing that we've been given, and it's just because it was kind of a mechanically the thing, was the Onion and Frank's new house. And we did end up buying that at the door too, because it wasn't working right. But, you know, for the most part, we're not trying to have staff have the greatest of everything and help their friends and do all the, like, so much crap happens on servers. You know, we're not trying to overwork staff. We want staff to RP, same as anybody else. And we have, you know, a small staff, but they're all role players, you know, and they want to role play first and foremost. They're only going to use their staff stuff when they have to. And it's not, you know, nobody's going to be, you know, we do the staff stuff in a game master kind of way. Like, for example, during the fishing tournament, Jim, you know, spawned in some legendary fish, you know, so people could have some fun. And during the hunting event, Depdot and Rusty Tricky were spawning in predators, and I think also some of the more rare I think the rifle ammo one is accidentally at the back. Or it's not there at all. It used to be at the back under miscellaneous, but it's not there now. Oh, damn it. Rifle ammo, normal. Rifle ammo, velocity. I guess I'm gonna have to get a velocity. I don't want velocity, but got some velocity already, so I may as well just put it in there. I know that the Valentine's gunsmith's not really fully set up yet. So, yeah. Alice has now got 2 deputy directors. I don't know if Andrew's been around, but Dee's around all the time, so Dee's kind of the natural successor. But that is now an issue too, because Dee's now, you know, Carol's now staff. So, I mean, the goal was never to have staff be all these highfalutin positions. In fact, Jim is never, like, you know, I don't know whether you ever noticed, but Marcus Avery is not the governor. Marcus Avery refers to himself as the janitor or the handyman. You know, he's there to help people. He's not there to be in charge of things. Jack is a judge, because we needed a judge. But he literally never plays the judge or pulls the judge's salary unless they're actually doing a trial. The rest of the time he makes money off of hunting and stagecoaches. He just decided she likes Millicent cigarettes, and so does Althea. Althea smokes Millicent's. They're the most expensive cigarettes. That's how they roll.
Hello there, sweetie. Need some company?
No, thank you.
You might just come to regret that.
What, the Millicent cigarettes? How expensive are they to make? I hope you make some money on them. Because if you don't make enough money on them, you should raise the price. No, I know, and that's the wonderful thing about a lot of the people that we have here is
I
that
can help you
they're not
really
really.
relax.
But we're trying to run like the Gilded Blade as a business now. But for the first few months that we had it, we just funded it. We didn't care.
All right, I'm only
But
offering.
now we're actually keeping track of how much we spend, like the expenses of the business versus the money we take in. Dunn built this incredible spreadsheet. Well, it's not a spreadsheet; it's a database. But it's actually amazing and beautiful, and it's so detailed. So they have products and pricing. So they have all of the products that we offer, the price it costs to make, the selling price, and the margin, and how many we have in stock, which he has to manually update because I can't do that in. I can't see the store. Then we have recipes. He's put all the recipes in of everything. Like all of the recipes of everything we make. Even some things we don't particularly offer. They're all of the recipes are in here, so we don't have to. We can use that to help us get ready to make an ingredients list, which is basically all the ingredients and the cost that he has assigned to each one, based on how much everything costs to produce or buy. Eggs are at 20 cents because Rio was selling them to us at 20 cents. If there's something like we have sugarcane at 25 cents for growing, but if we end up buying supplies from Pigeon, say, buy sugarcane juice directly from Pigeon, that could all, it's going to all affect our prices in here. And then we have expenses and profit sheet. So all the expenses, like yesterday he bought 50 sugarcane seeds, and 50 corn seeds. So that is in there. And somebody sold us 43 animal fat at the register. So we have that as an expense because that came out of the register. And then we are able to do a profit sheet with weekly profit and expenses of how much we've made, how much the expenses are, and what the net is. And we have that for every week that since he's had this spreadsheet. It's amazing. The first week we lost money. We lost $31.50 because literally all we have is the peach purchase and there was no profits. There was no sale. And the next one we made $242. And so on. It's been pretty amazing because it really does keep track of it. So only the first weeks do we make a loss, but we don't make a ton of money versus expenses, and that's fine. 20 dried tobacco, 5 wisteria, 5 tea leaf, 10 rolling paper per pack of millicents. That makes 20. 20 cigarettes or 15. I can't remember. I guess we're gonna wake up in here. Might go down the back end, back to just
Well, you know where I am.
be out of the way. Or just suddenly materialize in the middle of the thing. I'll just look out this window here. Ah, can't spell quit. $20, yeah. But it's per pack, so that's quite a lot. And you only make one pack at a time, or do you make multiple packs at a time? Everyone's using the staff door. Well, the patrons use it too. I had Althea in that spare room And she didn't end up going to the event, but I had her lined up to go to the event depending on how things worked out. It ended up being Frank and Anya that went to the event. So I have a bit of an issue with having multiple staff, like multiple characters need to go to things. Um, so Althea had an outfit for that event, and she was in that bedroom in the back. She didn't go. The next time I spawned her, you walked right by down the hall and I had to just have her not move so that you didn't hear her there, so I could get her out of there and move her back to Blackwater. Because I don't teleport when I'm RPing. I teleport is only for staff related stuff. So I teleported. I don't. Yesterday, had Althea teleport to fix people's instancing problems and move them back to where they needed to be, and so on. Yes, yes. When I met you in front, she had already been inside earlier. And I saw you right away to the bank or something, and I thought, okay, she can make good her escape. But then she saw you come back, so we ended up talking. Yeah, because I just left her in there because I have to prep these things because they have to get them there, and then if I decide not to play a certain character, like Onion, it would have been weirdly obvious for Onion to say, "Oh, I gotta go outside," and then disappear, and then somebody else come and so on. But it's much easier in an outdoor event to kind of pull something like that off. And indoor events, it's tough because people kind of wander around an outdoor event. Let me gonna play the title or the song that the stream is named after today. Goodbye, so long, hello. I'm going to drink, and I will be right back.
Goodbye, true love. So long, sweetheart. Hello to a brand new start. Goodbye, true love. So long, sweetheart. Hello to a brand new start. I love you, baby, Lord, how I tried. You took me up, keeping you satisfied. I never rocked the boat. I never said no to all the cruel tricks you had to show. You said my heart and soul was not enough. I wasn't ready to call your bluff. But trouble's brewed, someone's got to pay. And now it's time for me to have my say. Well, goodbye, true love. So long, sweetheart. And hello to a brand new start. start with love in your heart, to know where to start again. Time don't stand still, you know. Colors can fade and so if you can speak of the love in your heart, speak loud, speak. Time don't stand still, you know. Colors can fade and so if you can speak of love in your heart, speak loud, speak. Well, it's last ones at the party, no place left to go. I sit in my seaside, you try to get some dough. You know that I don't need no reason to understand, 'cause I got all faces of a working man. 'Cause I never been stranded and I don't need dough. I got troubles of my own that you don't need to know. Hey, yeah, I'm working. The hardest part, baby, is smiling when your plans don't work out, and still count yourself a lucky one. With a God so smart, we were born with two hands reaching out, and a heart that knows the joys of love, stars above, the lucky one. Oh, the lucky one, to have these dreams to dream and go. Oh, the lucky one, who never stumble and fall. Blue flame search for a hot love, and deep in the city is deep in his heart. Searching the scene, he raises his black glove. He wants to love, he don't know where to start. Oh, the lucky one, to have this chance to dream it all. Oh, the lucky one, who never stumble and fall.
All right, we are back. I had a weirdness, an early exit trap. But I got back in, so we're good. I think I've got everything on. I've got game sound on. I've got mic on. Yeah, it was kind of odd that people didn't really walk around at the event. I'm not gonna lie, that was a little bit weird, which is why Onion walked around a bit, like moved around a bit, and also we tried to get some Danzig going. Give people, you know, a reason to kind of mix and mingle. We tried to. Unfortunately, it's kind of down to the guys because the women can't play the piano for shit. So. But fortunately, guys could take turns doing that, so that was good. Wait, I'm still eating my lunch, so I will be quiet for a bit. Yeah, I wasn't really quite sure what people are going to be. Oh yeah, please do. Please, please just, don't be in streams when... just, hide
Hello,
it.
darling.
I ain't your darling. Sure you know. I ain't nobody's darling. Well, I was saying before that, Onion and Frank's slow burn romance has been very slow. Very slow burn. And they have lived together. They have owned a business together for a long time now, well, for months and months, and, oh damn, it's really freaking hot. Read Anusburg. Anusburg. My father could play the jaw harp, and there were times I wished he wouldn't. I don't know why it takes you this way. Why wouldn't it take you out the other way? There's no way. Oh yeah, there's a bridge. But no, there's that road comes out here. I don't get it. Look how pretty. I come from a place where the province where I was born had what was billed and possibly still is as the world's longest covered bridge. We had a lot of covered bridges back in the day, including one that was from our family had a little cottage. Eventually, they scraped up enough money to build a little cottage. They didn't buy one. They bought some land on a lake and built a crappy cottage. And then the crappy cottage kind of grew as the materials, the money allowed. And it was very, very rustic. We had to go and get water, potable water from an artesian well. And there was a little charming little town that you had to go over a covered bridge to get to, where we bought our groceries. And it had a very old-fashioned general store, like the kind that you would see in here. With the very, very old Coca-Cola machine with bottles of Coke in the water, cold water, and you get that was your treat. You get, in my case, usually an orange soda, and out of that thing. There was an opener on the side. There was ice for that, came from an ice house, which we had to go to buy ice for our coolers. And you had to go in the back and they had to brush the sawed off your piece of ice and chop it. Now that, I want to say that was not typical. We had a refrigerator at home with a freezer. We didn't have to have, you know, blocks of ice, but we was still a way of life for a number of people when I was growing up. Stores, much like the general stores in this game, were still around in the 1960s. But supermarkets finished them all off, you know. Quickie marts, that kind of thing. Kind of finished off those little stores. But it very much felt like that, going to that place. Which I thought which is pretty cool. I'm really happy that I had that experience. I can really identify with certain aspects of this game more than younger people, I expect. But I mean, if you ever were in one of those general stores in the game and you wandered around looking at the things that were in it, kind of marveling. I've been in a store that was like that for real. Jars of penny candy on the counter. The whole 9 yards. And there wasn't the fussiness about things as there are now. You know, the people go absolute ape shit now if there's a speck of dirt anywhere. We couldn't afford that. We couldn't afford to be that fussy. It's like, oh, I bought this flour from your bin and there's a boll weevil in it. Oh, sorry about that. Just pick that up. You just didn't have people being that fussy. Everybody understood you were going to eat your peck of dirt before you die. Nobody expected a fully sanitized world for their protection. And there's a lot of people who still don't. Like, there's lots of people who are pretty normal about that kind of thing. And then there's the kind of people that go on people's YouTube channels and suggest that you should be wearing hairnets while preparing food for their family. So it's, you have this sort of weird idea that the entire world can be protected somehow. And that the least bit of, you know, anything that's not fully sanitized is going to kill you. And it's not. Well, I mean, it shouldn't. The U.S. is currently having a real problem with produce, I guess, with explosive diarrhea. They've also dismantled a lot of the protections that would have. Oh, wait, I'm going to Annisburg, not here. What the fuck? I don't know where my head's at today. I swear to God, if I didn't have my head attached, it would roll right off. That's why they call me I'm dumb as a man. Alright, let's try that again. I get confused when they take you through Van Horn. I'll never forget the time that Richie was in my chat and as I was on to Alice and had the temerity, the hubris, the nerve to say, I haven't seen that Annisburg cat around lately. And bam, like literally as I finished saying it, Alice was thrown from her horse and the thing was right there.
Wagon nice as that? Sure to invite
It was
some trouble.
right here, right over there. where they are. And just, ah, timing. Never seen such perfect timing. Oh wait, my boots have got to be adjusted. There we go. I know why she spawns with her boots inside her pants.
Miss?
It doesn't look like that on the character selection screen. It didn't look like that in the store. But it looks like that when I actually spawn. Word fan time. Are they gonna come out though? This is the pro. Oh, they are. I've had trouble with them coming out. 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4. Huzzah! As we used to say on medieval. Anyway, pardon me. Excuse me. Just gonna go to cinematic so I can finish my lunch.
Oh, well, doing well. All right. There. It's definitely somebody. Somebody else doing the stagecoach. Could be Frankie. Frankie was riding his coach around earlier. Oh. It's alright, I had finished taking off. I might have killed these horses. I have definitely killed these horses. Oh. I lost the horses. I made a mistake. Sorry, sirs. We lost the horses. I'm sure another stagecoach will be by pretty soon to take you the rest of the way to Strawberry. I should have stayed on cinematic. I'm sorry. I feel real bad about riding you into that rock, and I don't know if you can forgive me, but can you forgive me? I'm sorry. Alright, so I'm not going to Strawberry anymore. We're going Valentine. Well, that was embarrassing. I was just trying to finish the last spoonful of my lunch, and I messed up. Well, I was going to Valentine anyway, wasn't I? I think so. Well, that does happen. Occasionally. The other day, Dunn was driving as Frank, and was taking a shortcut, and he ran over a rock, and we fell out of the stagecoach, and it caught on fire. I'm getting no stutters. These are not.
Am I lucky I ran into you? Feel like having a good time right now? Whatever.
He never feels like having a good time right now. girl and her horse. You're for your pretty horse, honey. Very pretty. Might change your tack a little bit. I do like that saddle. So I think it's just a bridle I'm gonna change. And also I don't think you got saddlebags yet. I have to get you those. So, I don't know if you met him, that guy Frank I was talking to yesterday when I showed him to you. Not Nicholas, the other fella, the dark-haired fella with the mustache. He's my business partner. That's how I introduce him to people. He's my business partner. But we've been friends for quite a long time now, and we spend all our time together, and we live together in the same house. Actually, it's just the second house we live together in, and starting to develop some feelings for him, but don't tell him, okay? Because I got to approach it quite carefully on account of there's a lot at stake, and also we used to kind of just joke that we found the other pretty unattractive, and it was like a running joke that we'd ever do any kind of romantic thing, and now I feel this way. I feel real awkward about all that, and I don't even know if he thinks of me in that way at all, or if he wants to. And if I say anything to him, it's going to be real difficult for me to ever take back, and you never know. He might want a different partner for the bar, and he might want, me to not live in the house, and, that would be very awkward. You see what I'm saying here? See what I'm saying here, honey? Well, of course you don't. You're a horse. Well, it's good we had a chat. Just, don't tell him anything. And I know you won't because you're a horse and you don't talk, but, just, don't say anything. Right, well. He really needs more rest. You stay back here and rest?
Ma'am.
Hi, darling. Care to have some fun?
Don't be talking to me about that. I want to have fun with you. Yeah.
Hello there.
You go do something else with your life. Anything else.
Are you interested in some company? Well, that's too bad for you.
Howdy, miss. Want to get to know me better?
I don't want to get to know anybody better. Leave this door open so I can see my horse. I keep shutting the door. You get nice and rested though. It's good. That door open.
Hello there.
Oh, my lucky day.
Are you in the mood for some fun?
I can help you really relax.
All right. So you're not into pretty ladies?
You stay away from Becky. She can get mean when she's drinking.
You nervous? I won't bite.
Well, I will. Bite your tongue out. If you don't shut up.
How far? Don't you
Stay away from Frank too. He don't want you any more than I do. All of you can leave. All y'all can leave. I want you here. I should absolutely crawling with ladies.
Better? Guess you don't want a good time.
Stop leaning on my bar. Stop leaning on my bar.
Feel like having a good time right now?
Oh dear, nothing if not persistent. Almost dressed it up.
That new girl's got some spring in her step,
Hello.
don't she?
You know.
Hello. Hello.
My. Am I lucky I ran into you? Want to get to know me better?
No.
Nope.
All right. So you're not into pretty ladies.
He's not into you.
You look like something out of my dreams. Mm-hmm. I like them too.
Hey, well, you are a ray of sunshine.
So, yeah.
I'm all tangled for you.
Hey, what the hell?
Oh, why?
Why won't you go away?
Damn. You can go away too.
You just stay away.
I've seen stranger things, but not many.
I wouldn't let that weirdo near me.
Shit! Get away!
Hell, never would have seen it coming.
No! No!
Sure wasn't ready for that.
Morning.
Y'all can leave too. Want to get out of here, fella?
Hello there.
Leave. Leaving? You are. Good. I just got you fellas. Oh, and you're leaving too. Good. Bye. Just leaves you.
I am removing myself before this gets stupid.
Good. It was the entirety of the purpose of that. I don't like my bar crowd. They're all leaving anyway, except they usually like a couple of drunks just stick around. But, I do like cleaning out my bar. Thank you for following. You like a clean bar. My favorite time of day when the drunks have all gone. And I could just stay up here and be the lady of all my domain. Except sometimes we get raccoons. Or rabbits. Coyotes one time. Just came right through the door. Didn't care. All you have to do is go outside, go out the back, and make something, and you come back in. They're all back in, so they'll just spawn right back in. So you enjoy these quiet moments while you can. I wish Frank was here. I'd mentioned it before, but the cloths on the patron side of the bar are basically shared napkins. You'd wipe your greasy fingers on them, and the next person would wipe their greasy fingers on them. When they got too bad, then they would take them in and put out a clean one. The germaphobes will be absolutely thrilled to hear about that. Guess I should go put some of this money away. But not that much, because that sneaky Frank, he always keeps like $600. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if he's been to the bank. I don't think he's been to the bank, so I think we should maybe, I'll just keep it on my person. It's hot by the stove, look. How hot it is by the stove. Don't really get very many people ordering that. We're gonna be reducing the price of it actually if we work out a deal with Vision. Crabs. Making chili lately. Where's beef? Kidney beans, which you have to buy at the store. If there's anything else we reasonably should like, we don't want to be a bakery. This is actually a recipe from our bakery on Badger. There's recipes from our bakery on Badger that aren't in here. One was butter tarts, which was put in just for me because medium. The other was a walnut cookie that was one of Dunn's grandmother's recipe. We had our own custom food. Badger. Anyway, those would still be in the database somewhere. There's like not everything from Badger ended up on here, but certain things did. Oregano seasoned exotic bird, mint seasoned exotic bird. Nothing exotic but turkey. White gravy. Gumbo. Gumbo would be nice to make, probably. Rash, though. Corn, spice pouch, crawfish, big popcorn. Gotta go with that.
My wife claims a ghostman is stealing her milk, but I reckon it's one of them no good lowlifes. I'm getting used to seeing more bad than good.
Maybe I should go to Strawberry. Go to Strawberry and get some rice and try to make that. I think I got pretty much everything. Let me just double check though. Yeah, that much crawfish. Put them in something. And seafood. This in there. Crawfish, we have 5. We don't even have enough to make one. Right. I guess I need to go get some crawfish.
Morning to you.
Good morning.
Whatever that was.
I mean, I say good morning. I shouldn't say it very loud. What I want to do is get paid $35 for going to Strawberry, so I'm going to pick up some mail. And that way our rice is paid. I did not complete my delivery with the original stagecoach. I rode my original stagecoach right into a rock. Too high. Ow. Nice dismount. You have to admit that. That was good. That's a deal. Look at deer and they're disappointed because they're not turkeys. Yeah, it's it's my blood that I caused it to be on my hands. Where are you going? You could just cross where you were. It's shallow enough. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. I guess you better get your strawberry with your man. Oh, yeah. You really go, don't you? Good horse. You're a good girl. You sure are. There you go, $35 just for coming here. Right, now I can spend money on orange. Oh, just so expensive. No, 50 cents for $10. I don't know how much that was. I need about 20. $15. They 6 cents half for what I spent to get here. Or what I got paid to come.
Oh, hello.
Hi there, how are you doing?
Good. Just about to put up the poster for the stables.
Oh yeah.
Just opening up.
I just rode here on Honey, and she's a quick little horse, isn't she?
Yeah, she's a good one. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was surprised. Yeah.
Pretty pleased with her. She's very well behaved, and she's also very pretty. And you know, those are both things that can describe me too. I'm very well behaved and also pretty.
Yeah.
All right, maybe not that well behaved, but I mean not very well behaved at all.
Yeah, like owner, like horse, or
Yeah.
how to say, however the saying goes.
Yeah, I see it about Chili too, but yeah, these ones she's a real sweet horse.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, I'm really happy. And Frankie's happy. I think Zeus is still having a little bit of trouble with his heart. I don't know if there's anything can be done about it, but he says he'll be alright.
I mean, hopefully he'll get better over time. We have a couple of Mustangs over at the stables that well, I don't know if they were too long in the rain and then in the sun, because they seem to have shrunken down a little bit, which is strange. But
Well, that was the same thing happened to Zeus.
yeah, no, well, one of them, Flint, was okay earlier today, but now he seems smaller.
He's diminished.
Yeah,
Diminished in stature. Yeah.
yeah, and I think one of them actually got bigger. Although it's strange. It's almost like they changed coats with each other.
Hello.
The small, well, I don't know. Small one became a big one. The big one became a small one. I don't know what's happening.
Are you sure you're remembering correctly which one was the big one, which one was the small one? Because it don't make no sense, really, Harold, what you just said there.
Yeah, I do, because the big one was the kind of reddish one, and now the reddish one is small, and the more brown one was small, and now the brown one is big. It sounds crazy, I know, but
It just sounds like your sense of
it's
perspective might have been a bit off. But, I understand that it might be. Because
no.
Zeus was somewhat diminished, and now he's back to his old self.
I mean,
After
Georgia is at the stables.
some corrective
Kind of,
action.
yeah. I don't know what happened, but it's strange. I mean, luckily Cliff has stayed the same, which is a good thing. He didn't shrink or anything, but yeah, it's strange.
It is strange.
And Georgia was so happy about Flint. I mean, it still looks nice and good. Just smaller than what he's supposed to be, I guess.
Yeah, it's very strange. I guess breeding is complicated.
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, I'm gonna head back to the stables and
Yeah,
see if there's anything I can help out with.
head down to the bayou and just see if I can find myself some crawfish. I'm hankering for some
Sound,
gumbo. So I might,
sounds good.
might
I
go
stopped
find
by
some.
I stopped by the saloon the other day to drop off some animal fat.
Oh
It wasn't
yeah,
much, but
well, I mean, somebody did sell quite a bit of animal fat. We got like 43 animal fat sold to the
oh yeah,
bar in the last few days. So. We don't get
that was me.
very much crab meat, that crab dish sold, but we're happy to get the animal fat.
Yeah, I'll see if I can gather some more.
It's
Should
not urgent or anything, but if you got some in your pocket, always consider selling it to us rather than the rapper feta.
Yeah, I mean, I get a little bit of it here and there when I go duck hunting or boar
Yeah, I
hunting.
do quite a lot of duck hunting because we use the bird meat.
Yeah,
Um,
that too.
well, turkeys, ducks, occasional prairie chicken.
Hmm.
Whatever birds we happen to get. Goes
Yeah, that's
into
fair.
a couple of dishes that we make, the chicken pie and the bird stew.
Yeah, that sounds good. But I'll let you be on your way. I won't
Yeah.
hold you any longer.
All right, you take
But
care,
yeah,
Ariel. Say hi
yeah,
to
you
Georgia
too.
for me.
Will do, and we'll see you around.
All right, let's go get us some crayfish. Let me think about where we gotta go. We gotta go here. At least it'll be warmer there. It's going to be warmer where I go. We have to be fussing. We're taking that coat off and on. Up here, it's just like half the time I'm too hot and half the time I'm too cold. Yeah, this one ended up being a pretty coat in the sun. I just was only seeing her in the dark, so it was really hard to judge.
This is a really, really pretty bucking foxtrot. Real pretty. We like her a lot.
Yeah!
Look at that lake. Look how pretty it is. I didn't do this tree once with the stagecoach. What place is that? Hmm. Oh, fire turkey. Oh, dang. There we go. Gotta run out of my espresso line. Because nobody's got it for sale right now. Elle doesn't, and Alistair doesn't. Alistair hasn't been around in a while.
Goodness gracious. Well, I think I'm starting to run out of steam of being able to talk to chat and think about the game at the same time. I don't think there's anybody else streaming now. Let's see. Funny enough, the only people that I follow is the only. Okay. I'm gonna ask you to go over and say hi to my friend Doodlebag. He is on Prodigy Public. I keep telling him he should not mess around and get back on a no 24-hour stream. I'm an old lady. I can't do that. I can't do 24-hour streams. I can barely think for about 5 hours now. I used to do long streams. You remember 50? I used to do like 11-hour streams. Alright, I'm gonna send y'all over to Doodlebag. He is a Belgian-born, UK-based streamer. He has his own GTA server, but he's not playing on it. He's playing on, he does have a follower on my chat, so if you want to say hi to him, you have to follow him. He's a really great guy. Fun RPer. Really great cop RPer. And, the history of why he's on Prodigy Public is kind of a sad one, but, nevertheless, go say hi to him. Have a wonderful day. I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.